Whose name is Ben? I don't know who this is. Oh, it's Amber. I couldn't. Congrats on getting fresh. I don't know who this is either. Oh my god, Amber. Oh, it's Jake. Oh my god, that was really funny. My goodness. Hi, Jack. Good morning to you and good evening for me. How are you doing? Also, I figured we could try something fun and quick in between matches that also can have some chat participation. Hyperana. Welcome in at the start of stream. I am impressed. Congratulations. I'm glad to see you. How are you? Also, I figured we could do some Wordle. But you guys can make my life harder. Where you force me to use certain starter words, or I have to use a particular letter in a starter word. So that way I can't just pick, you know, the optimal trio and then guess the word. Although you could just watch me do that and watch me, like, think my way through Wordles. Currently playing Helldivers. Very nice, very nice. Helldivers is not something I typically involve myself in. No, yeah. Interesting, interesting. I'm trying to go by hard mode rules without actually turning on hard mode because of y'all. That y'all will have involvement. So it's likely that it's going to be one of the remaining vowels at the start. But like, it's not an E, so it could be something like epoxy. That would be why. Be like in. Upset because there's no E, and we need an I. Hi, Scorpion. Thank you for the lyrics. I appreciate it. No worries. We'll come back to that while I think about it. While we're in the game, although I probably won't do much thinking while we run it around. But really, I should be able to just come up with the word after the two with that lineup. OTR Sabo is good. Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. So he's a proxier. Isn't he? Wasn't in the terror radius, but all right. Okay. Goodness gracious. Nice. Also, hi, you all. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome back. And away. Okay, buddy. Now you keep doubling back. I'm gonna keep going long ways. Anyway. I changed the gate. Wait, hold on. Oh. Good. Oh, bye. Thank you. Hi, Eddie. How are you? Thank you. Backwards, get tracks. You're back. Okay, see you soon. And how are you, Tin? You're mad? What for? Hello, cat. Chasing her down? Yes. There, I don't think I can. Oh no, let's go into that one. Fuck. Okay. Well. There we go. Y'all have to go and check. There's not ready. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I was trying to rush for the, It's fine. Girly pop, why? What would you say? Okay, good. Keep him distracted. Keep him and just... Eyes on me, buddy. Oh, why is she broken? Oh, he's got the fucking no quarter. It's all good, man. Best bet was probably to stick on the far side of Shaq just to keep him distracted. I mean, really, we needed Kate to not try to unhook you after taking her initial hit and just book it towards the door. Nothing we can do about that, though. Like, trading in that situation wasn't ideal. Yeah, no quarter. No, she was self-carrying in the exit gate. Or I guess using medkit in the exit gate. The GG's, man. It was close. Oh, that's cool. Appreciate the follow. I mean, we can. I have no problem with it. I'm currently playing Jonah until he's nearly out of cakes, and then and onto Yoichi. Or for the next 2.5 hours, whatever comes first. Back to doing Wordle things. While we wait on the lobby. Okay. Hey, that's all good, man. I'm not one for identical cosmetics anyway. Pretty sure I don't have that hat. But, I'm a Felix. Or Vittorio, depending on how I'm feeling. Hi, hero! I'm doing Wordles in between. I'm trying to see if I can figure out the word without doing a filler. No, this is Wordle Unlimited. This is not real Wordle. I already did today's real Wordle. This is fake Wordle. Yes. Yes, we have. I don't know if Seth's done it. I didn't look. I didn't check. I know for sure Yumi and Nick have. Okay, so it's probably gonna be some kind of. I will agree that the sub badge does fit well with Tin's name. I don't think so. Could be, but not super likely. You mean Muns? Smash or Pass is essentially originally Smash or Pass was a like, would you have sex with this person or not? That is not what that means. But I have decided for shenaniganry that I will do one, but you're not allowed to pick living things, so no people, no animals, or no conscious things, or things that were once conscious. So like no people, no animals, no dead things. Having trouble with this one. What do you hate the most, Diddy? I'll have to keep thinking. That's okay, Tin. Nice. Fire tap will be fun. You hate your father's bloodline? Same though. Oh. Hello, tree. There's no place there. I'm so sad. But yes, Tin, you are much too young. Yeah, buddy. Damn. Oh, infectious. Okay. So I definitely need to get hardened active if I'm gonna try to save at all. My skull merchant. It's just that's funny. Oh, okay, I get what you mean now. Alright, here you. Hello. Ooh. Just out of range. Campy campy. Oh wow, you're a lot younger than I thought. Oh, grim, okay. Damn. Almost got away with it. Jesus Christ, okay. Ah. I didn't know you were here. Hi. Now I'm confused. Not from you, Tyler. Not you, stream. I just said not you. Yeah, Itty, that's... No one would take it that way. It... I'm telling you, no one's going to think that, especially someone Tin's age who is like, oh, who like remembers being your age recently. You're fine, Tin. Tin is also not from the US. So there's that to keep in mind. Both choices. Oh, for fuck's sake. No, Tin is not from the US. That's a joke, Tin. He's saying you have only been an adult recently. We know. Yeah, probably best. If you want to have the conversation on yours, go for it. Oh, I forgot I had Discord muted. Oh my gosh. I have not unmuted it because I figured you were gonna have opinions. Well, unfortunately for anyone with that opinion, the legal system doesn't care. I just want to be. Yes. You will have that goes to the next match. It is not current game. You cannot apply that to my current active game. Or what? I'm gonna need Claire. Holy Jesus Christ. Man, you really want me dead. A little, he says. Yeah, I know it's been too soon for a new redeem. You probably should have had that done a while ago, but at least it's done. That's weird. No, it's weird that she did that. Also, I don't like doing the locker flashbang thing, so. And I'm on Chaos Shuffle, so I can't join you anyway. You get in a locker next to someone else who is also in a locker. Both have flashbang. You use the one frame exploit to get a save from a locker grab. Regardless of who gets grabbed. It is. Why would you do that? Why would you not just run away? You got herself killed. I was right there. Okay, well, I got rid of the Penty. So now it's just a matter of getting him to block one of the drones. Or two of them. Okay. I'm gonna try to push Shack Gen if you just pick whatever one you want, and then I'm just gonna try to put little bits of progress on it and then run away. What do we got here? Purple. Okay, so it's still active right now, so he's gonna go kick it. Kicky, kicky. And then I take him away. I think he understands that he needs to not camp his gens anymore. What? GG's, man. Oh, yeah. On to the next one. Only do so much about people being sweaty, and it looks like his whole thing is playing like a butt anyway, so. I'm going filler bird because I'm tired of only having 2 litters. Okay. I don't think that's working. I don't know, hero. I don't know. It's funny 'cause I was doing a whole bunch of these in a row earlier, and now, like, as soon as I start trying to stream it, it's like, oh, you want like a really hard word to guess? Here you go. Like, no, this, this, this is not today's Wordle. Yeah, they're still actively doing it right now. So. If it's a suggestion for the solution, I would prefer not. I know, right? But there can't be an I in the third spot. And there's no U either. I know, right? Piranha's been gone forever. So. This is fake Wordle. That's why it says Wordle Unlimited at the top. It's not today's real Wordle. Have a good night, Tin. Thank you, Tin. Okay, so it... Hi, Shadis. I'm definitely feeling better. That's also after being on antibiotics for about a week now. But I am doing better. Letter P in the second position is really weird. It's either got to be optic. No. Yes? Yes, optic. I knew I'd get there eventually. Oh, man. Ooh, okay. Nice. Oh, okay. What? Right? To guess what the word is. Where am I? Oh, hold on. Ah. No, quick and quiet. Duh. Oh my god. Okay, I get you now here. I was thinking it was a different issue, but no, I understand now. And I would say you're definitely good to go ahead with doing that. Better safe than sorry, you know? Scratchy mirror Myers. Okay. Yeah. Genetic limits. Bowser. I don't remember who Bowser was against. Okay. Bowser versus Yoshi. Ah, makes sense. Oh. Everyone. Well, this would have been a really solid build. If not for the Scratch Mirror part of Scratch Mirror Myers. Oh, okay. Can I help you? Wait, no, come back. Ah. I thought he went with you in the main building. I don't like scratch me or my ears when I'm tired. Thank you, Gil. I see now. That was weird. Goofed. It's okay. I've not been paying that much attention this match. I've too many distractions. Jesus, Michaela, that was quite the play. Holy. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ, this dude is so... Does he play with your food? He seems really fast for a scratch mirror. Nick. What are you doing, buddy? Definitely brutal or fire up. But if you crawl into that corner, you should wiggle, like back where the mattresses are. I know. Because you've probably got 30 to 35% wiggle progress right now. Really? I mean, yeah, I had somebody yesterday who was trying to be subtle about it, but eventually it was made painfully obvious. That was not the play. It's chasing out. Insta-picked her. You went anonymous mode. Valid. But this dude, basically what ended up happening was... Yeah, okay, you're good to get her. I'm gonna try to head to the other door. Beautiful. And then he I hit him through a pallet. Or no, I just hit him and then he threw a pallet. Okay. Had 0 scratch marks, 0 blood. They both chose Phoenix, right? I could see either way, you know. And then a loud noise notification, which basically, like, the distance would have only been possible with either sprint burst or overcome, neither of which he had. And he didn't have anything to remove scratch marks or blood either. And he was fast the whole game. But he was also not good. So... Oh no. It was brutal. Interesting. Anyway. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. But it was one of those, like, I could tell only because I've played Wraith too much. Because I did the classic, you know, uncloak right up against their ass and then big lunge and free hit. But that was missing. Just barely. He was just out of range. I was like, no, that doesn't happen. Yeah. Basic. But GG's, guys. That's really funny, Cyberbrain. Oh, the Emperor, yeah. That was my suggestion because I thought it was funny. Yeah, it was definitely a really solid play. I thought the Michaela was just making the biggest of plays. And I was like, holy hell, this Michaela makes up for every other Michaela. She did so well. But yeah, I'm sure the whole Smash or Pass experience was quite interesting to watch. Fun. Literally walked past you without being seen behind your back. That's amazing. I've done that a couple of times, but it's always in like really, really odd situations and never against like an aura killer. It's always just like, if you turn around right now, I'm dead kind of thing. But it's hard to know whether you're being nice or not, especially when he didn't let me get my clip. No. No, you kicked me off of it. I was like 70% done. GG's, Lament. No, it disappears when you let go either way, so. There's this specific sound when it's finished that sounds different than when you just let it go. Like a little poof kind of noise. So that's how you know it's done. Also, how could I have been touching a hex? You didn't have any. Mean a totem? Or did you think I was blessing it? Because the bless animation and the green glyph animation is the same. I mean, I did get jump scared the one time, but I don't have fun with jump scares, so it was not a good experience for me. I just wanted to get done with the match as soon as possible. Yeah, I was trying to keep my sound as low as possible, even though I knew you could see my aura, just to like make it so I could hear your breathing better. Because Jonah is loud AF. Damn, all right. That's really funny, Hero. I appreciate the follow, man. So, Colonel, you had a spirit hacker. What were the other ones? Fair enough. Well, this is an interesting setup. Sadako. Oh, she was right there. Holy Jesus. Okay. To the pit. Out of range. Lovely. Holy Jesus. Interesting. Nice. Probably for the best. She teleporting so much. That's concerning. It's good. Yes. I have, but since it's a lot of one-sided conversation either way, probably best to not, because it'll just lead to confusion for everybody. You know? That's fantastic. I'm so glad they found the humor in the, can you leave me the fuck alone, lady? Unknown. Oh, almost. No. Go away. That Hero is not surprising at all. Oh my god. I'm in the, never mind. Yeah. I'm on hill in the corner. Oh, she's got aura on when you're in TP range. So she sees you. Or she did. But she doesn't pay attention. I lost her distortion stack, so. It smashed the past stamp. Very nice. Very nice. All right. What? Why have we... Okay. You are very confusing. Smash bird and the pass stamp. Classic. Oh, damn. I'm just gonna run. I had to hope that someone was behind me and they were not. Although she can't just phase through a body block, so... Oh, all right. Fucking Jesus, lady. We might be able to reset if Laura's not dumb about this. Where's the other door is the question. Nope, she's here. Take your chances. Fucking Laura. You weren't injured, that hurts. No, Gemma's behind. He was watching stream. Rip. I was playing with food. Yep, remote control. Oh, it's force penance. Time to go back to being bad at Wordle. I still don't know what this fucking word is. Oh, I know. I'm just dumb. I knew I was being dumb about it. I just couldn't figure out why I was being dumb about it. Damn double vowels. Ooh, okay. It is double E's though. Shit. This will be your last match? No worries, man. I appreciate you joining for a little while. Oh. Ah. 2 Jonas, 3. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, no. It's like, is there something else? No, there's not. Hello, Fine. Luck. Suggestion. You're welcome to suggest a starter word or a letter I have to include in my starter word to make it a little more difficult. The fucking sackboard. Love that. We'll have to start with something with the letter D in it first. But it should. Ah. Well then. Okay. Why did I get chains? What the hell? Oh wait, I forgot I need to boop. Actually, no. one configuration is self-solving, do you mean like one particular word? Because I hid in a locker with Lucky Star, and he decided to check all 4 lockers, so. But well, he checked 3 of the 4, but he was going to check all 4, if not for finding them. Okay, have you sleep? Good night. Well, that's double pallet room gone. One of them's not broken, but it is down. I went to put a trap on that pallet. You want me to take the box? Okay.
You summoned me.
Interesting. You are here. Starstruck. Yeah. I'm gonna grab box. Yeah.
You summoned me.
Me. Go to the back of the basement. I love doing that. It's so stupid. Yeah. Oh, this is gone. That is unfortunate. Jesus Christ, why? Oh, Jesus, all right. I know. Why?
Soul apart.
Do you think you'd be able to get around and do the door that's next to me? You don't necessarily have to save me, but... Okay, never mind. The other guy's here. Other guy's here. Just leave, just leave, just leave, just leave. Oh, this is gone. I'm dead. Nothing like new. Why? Just shaking their head at me. Just go, man. Don't worry about it. I'd rather just get moored and get it over with because I don't want to sit here for fucking ever. Anyway. Anyway, back to Wordle. So, first request was a Chattis, were you suggesting the word bingo or were you suggesting I play bingo? Yeah, thanks for joining me, man. Have yourself a good night. I mean, I probably would care and understand more if you had DM'd me the entire time, but, you know. I gotta make sure I keep quiet. That's I mean, people can cope about having to BM somebody all they want. Like, the letter D and then the word dealt. I think that's all the suggestions right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's okay. I'm doing a Wordle thing. So it's like one of those, like, it just keeps generating infinite Wordles. Because I wanted to have something to do in between games. Don't tell me what it is, Shadis. That's not the point. The point is for me to figure it out. Also, it can't be karma. There has to be a C in it. Has to be any sense. Probably no. There's like that. Here we go. And then a word with the letter D in it. Nothing. Maybe. Here we go. And then dealt. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm guessing lobby is crashing, or someone just has the world's most horrendous ping. Jesus Christ. Yeah, our Zarina loaded in with 100 some odd ping, and then it dropped down after we got in, so we'll see what happens. Solo gen. Oh yeah. Sloppy. Wraith. Oh no, that's a rock. That's so lame. I got trapped. I couldn't get through this spot because there's a rock here blocking the tile. No. You're just too far away. What do you mean from downstairs here? Oh, downstairs in your house. Never mind. Yeah. Or do you think it's, what the hell? Overcharge. Thank you, hero. That is my... Oh, I wanted a reminder approximately an hour ahead of time that I wanted to read tonight so that I didn't stay up and play DBD too late and not get to read my book. So. Dissolution. So dissolution, overcharge, hubris. Not brutal. It's not brutal, by the way. It's just double shadow dance. He's not gonna like this. Mm-hmm. Rip. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I've started having that issue recently. He's running green and purple. I saw his aura kick a gen, or yeah, I saw his aura. Okay. Interesting. Because I'm looking for one. Oh, hi. Well, there's a gen in that corner. Fuck's sake. I have no idea. I was stuck in animation. I have camaraderie, so I'm not in a hurry. No, I have camaraderie. So I'm gonna be glowing for a bit. Coming up. Yay, I'm no longer glowing. Jesus, dude. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Just weird hit. Yeah, I think no matter what, I'm never gonna get camaraderie value in this mode. Yeah, she's kind of running around like she's never seen. Not so far. He's gonna try and get her. Yeah, she has no idea what she's doing. He's right next to the door, at least. But, buddy, go. Don't. No, you should have done that. If you're gonna do this right now, I swear to fuck. Bro. Touch that he's. Jen. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch him run around like an idiot. Okay. I was only gonna be doing 1 or 2 more anyway. I mean, I get the same teammates no matter what side I'm playing on. I just can... I like not having to deal with Pain Res, Pop, Grim. It's just nice to get a break, you know? Oh, a side note, Shadows? I have no idea what any of that means. I thought maybe if I stared at it long enough, I could figure it out, but no. I feel like... Yeah, I figured it was something I wouldn't want / need, but... Yes. Oh, it's because my mouse pad thing smacked my stream deck and I didn't notice it had muted me. I'm smart. Don't worry about it. I have like not a lot of brain power right now lately. I am down to the final stretch of my antibiotics, so. Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. There we go. I'm like, what in the world? Also, we forgot about why is a sometimes vowel. Yeah, Wordle things. We were confused about a word that started with D and only had the letter U as a vowel. That it was just very weird. Anyway, yeah, I don't. Wait. Oh no. Should probably circle it out. Weird. Well, it's not great. I mean, she's way the hell over there. Oh, he's got agitation. That sucks. Dude, you're almost healed. Just... Yep, we can be stuck, but he can't be revealed. Random rolling an indoor map versus a ghost face is just stupid. Fucking God, let me out. Really, Claudette? Oh my God. That should not have worked. Oh. Come on, Tony. Crouch. You. Crouch. Come on. Crouch. Come on. Crouch. Crouch. Boop. I did it. Oop. Oop. It's up to you. Oop. Oop. Boop. What are we gonna do, Ghosty? I wonder if he doesn't have the closed hatch because I'm standing on it. Yeah. I have no idea what's happening. Oh, wait. Come with me. I'm gonna show you a magic trick. She's like kind of locker. Let's see. Why are there no lockers over here? Someone in there. Oh. Wait, no. They're in that one. In that one. And that one. I said they're in that one. I said they're in that one. That one. No, sorry, that one. That one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh shoot. Ah. I don't know what to do now. I'll just go do Jen, I guess. Then he can stalk me only once. I booped the ghost face. I'm happy. Need helping? Boop. He's watching for the other survivors. Or maybe he's watching for the killer. Oh no. I pressed the button too fast. Oh no. Hi, Grandia. Welcome in. I love when just being absolutely ridiculous works out in my favor. I try to make sure I only do it at the end so that I'm not getting my teammates killed for doing goofy things. Why do I have leader? What? Hi, Sky. Definitely. Definitely new here. I did the same with you. Love that. I went and closed the hatch, I see. There you go. Thing to break. There you go. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? All clear. One more boop. No more boops, but I got enough. Ah. Oh, man. Yay. I love booping a ghost face. It's the best. Actually, I think that's a good one to call it on for DBD. And, oh, my thing's broken. Oopsie. Hold on. There we go. I am gonna do one more Wordle thing, and then we'll set up for reading. So let me put the music on. Is it working? Yes. Aha. Okay. Any requests for a starter word or a starter letter before I do the last one? Here, I'm not doing that on stream. Ooh. Let's see. Okay, okay. Or maybe it's... Fantastic. Me just spinning through tons of words like, okay, what has all of these in it? With an E at the end. A little bit of stretchies. Fresh monster. And I do have a full thing of water, except for the drinks I've taken on stream. Grab a little snacky snack. Oh, no. It broke. Aha. You know, here, it is just the tiniest bit sad. And because of, like, as my mic's, like, way too far away. Because of, like, how the world be. Your starter word will never be the Wordle. Even though it'd be really, really funny. That's funny. I'm not surprised by that at all. All right, have yourself a good night, Shaz. Thank you for dropping in. We'll be reading a book for the rest of the night, so if you want to drop back in at this point, you'll have some nice light reading to put in the background. We'll be going for at least an hour, probably an hour and a half. It is. Highly recommend. Turn on my reading light. Don't smack my mic stand. All right. Starting where we left off in chapter 6. Fire has, for those of you who maybe don't remember or fallen asleep at the end of the night last night, and have a good night, Quentin. Fire is staying at the Queen's castle. Now that the king, her husband, has died, she is to go back home. And her sons are out being the king and the commander. Who are now home with her on their way in between swapping between their ranks of soldiers so that they can monitor all of them. And one of them absolutely infatuated with her. One of them absolutely despises her. But at least he likes her horse. This long night was not over, for apparently no one in the royal family slept. Fire had just crossed the courtyard again and slipped into the corridors of the sleeping quarters when she met the prowling king, handsome and fierce in the light of the torches. His eyes glazed over when he saw her. She thought she smelled wine on his breath. When he came at her suddenly, flattened her against the wall, and tried to kiss her, she no longer had any doubt. He had surprised her, but the wine addled his brains. The wine addling his brains made her work easy. You don't want to kiss me. Nash stopped trying to kiss her, but continued to press himself against her, groping her breasts and her back, hurting her arm. "I'm in love with you," he said, breathing sour air into her face. "I want to marry you." "You don't want to marry me. You don't even want to touch me. You want to release me." Nash stepped back from her, and she pushed herself away, gulping fresh air, smoothing her clothing. She turned to make her escape. Then she swung back at him and did the thing she never did. "Apologize to me," she thought to him fiercely. "I've had enough of this. Apologize." Instantly, the king kneeled at her feet, gracious, gentlemanly, black eyes swimming with penitence. "Forgive me, lady, for my insult to your person. Go safely to your bed." She hurried away before anyone saw the absurd spectacle of the king on his knees before her. She was ashamed of herself, and newly anxious for the state of the Dells, now that she'd made the acquaintance of its king. She was almost to her room when Briggan loomed out of the shadows, and this time Fire was at her wit's end. She didn't even need to reach for his mind to know that it was closed to her control. A walled fortress, with not a single crack. Against Briggan, she had nothing but her small strength and words. He pushed her against the wall as Nash had done. He took both her wrists in one hand and yanked her arms above her head, so roughly that water sprang to her eyes from the pain of her injured arm. He crushed her with his body so she could not move. His face was a snarling mask of hatred. "Show the slightest interest in befriending the king," he said, "and I will kill you." His superior display of strength was humiliating, and he was hurting her more than even he knew. She had no breath for speech. "How like your brother you are," she thought hotly into his face, only less romantic. His grip on her wrists tightened. Lying monster eater. She gasped at the pain. "You're a bit of a disappointment, aren't you? People talk about you as if you're something special. There's nothing special about a man who pushes a defenseless woman around and calls her names. It's plain ordinary." He bared his teeth. "I'm to believe that you're defenseless?" "I am, against you. But not against this kingdom. I don't stand in opposition to this kingdom. At least," she added. "No more than you, Briggan Bell." He looked as if she'd slapped him. The snarl left his face, and his eyes were weary suddenly, and confused. He dropped her wrists and stepped back a hair, enough that she could push herself away from him and from the wall, turn her back to him, and cradle her left arm with her right hand. She was shaking. The shoulder of her dress was sticky. He'd made her wound bleed. And he'd hurt her, and she was angry, more than ever before. She didn't know where her breath came from, but she let her words loose as they came. "I can see that you studied the example of your father before deciding the man you wanted to become," she hissed at him. "The Dells are in fine hands, aren't they? You and your brother both. You can go to the Raptors." "Your father was the ruin of my father and the Dells," he spat back. "My only regret is that your father didn't die on my sword. I despise him for killing himself and denying me the pleasure. I envy the monster that ripped out his throat." At that, she turned to face him. For the first time, she looked at him. Really looked at him. He breathed quickly, clenching and unclenching his fists. His eyes were clear and very light gray, and flashed with something that went beyond anger. Something desperate. He was little more than average in height and build. He had his mother's fine mouth, but besides that and those pale crystal eyes, he was not handsome. He stared at her, strung so tight that he looked like he might snap. And suddenly, to her, he seemed young and overburdened, and at the furthest edge of exhaustion. "I didn't know you were wounded," he added, eyeing the blood on her dress, and confusing her because he actually sounded sorry about it. She didn't want his apologies. She wanted to hate him because he was hateful. "You're inhuman. You do nothing but hurt people," she said, because it was the worst thing she could think of to say. "You're the monster, not I." She turned and left him. She went to Archer's room first, to clean the seeping blood and rebandage her arm. Then she crept into her own room, where Archer still slept. She undressed and pulled on his shirt, which she found lying on the floor. He would like that she chose to wear it, and it would never occur to him that she only wanted to hide her wrists, blue with bruises that he must not see. She didn't have the energy for Archer's questions and his vengeful anger. She rifled through her bags and found the herbs that prevented pregnancy. She swallowed them dry, then tucked herself in beside Archer and fell into a dreamless sleep. In the morning, coming awake was like drowning. She heard Archer making a great clatter in the room. She fought her way to consciousness and pushed herself up and stopped herself from groaning at the old pain in her arm and the new pain in her wrists. "You're beautiful this morning," Archer said. This world has birth control. I mean, there already exists natural birth control, to be fair. Like, there are plants that can prevent pregnancy already. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't think so. I'm not sure. Find out. My goodness. Yeah, young adult fantasy. So for maybe a like slightly younger audience, yeah, high school, early college kind of thing, but still very good. Anyway. "You're beautiful in the morning," Archer said, stooping before her, kissing her nose. "You're impossibly sweet in my shirt." That might be, but she felt like death. She would gladly make the trade. How blissful it would be to feel impossibly sweet and look like death. He was dressed aside from his shirt and clearly on his way out the door. "What's the hurry?" "A beacon fire is lit," he said. Towns in the mountains lit beacon fires when they were under attack to call the aid of their neighbors. "Which town?" "Greyhaven, to the north. Nash and Briggan ride out immediately, but they're sure to lose men to the raptor monsters before they get to the tunnels. I'll shoot from the wall along with anyone else who can." Like a dive into cold water, she was awake. "The fourth is gone then? How many soldiers do Nash and Briggan have?" "Might 8, and Rowan has another 40 to offer from the fortress." "Only 40? She sent a good portion of her guard away with the 4th, Archer said. "Soldiers from the 3rd are to replace them, but of course, they're not here yet." "But 50 men total to 200 raptors? Are they mad?" "The only other option is to ignore the call for help." "You don't ride with them?" "The commander believes my bow can do more damage from the wall." "The commander?" She froze. "Was he here?" Archer glanced at her sidelong. "Of course not. When his men couldn't find me, Rowan came herself." Didn't matter. Already she'd forgotten it. Her mind spun with the other particular. the insanity of 50 men trying to pass through a swarm of 200 raptor monsters. She climbed out of bed and searched for her clothes, went into her bathing room so that Archer couldn't see her wrists as she changed. When she came out, he was gone. She covered her hair and attached her arm guard. She grabbed her bow and quiver and ran after him. In desperate moments, Archer was not above threats. In the stables, with men shouting around them and horses fidgeting, he told her that he would tie her to Small's door if he had to keep her off the wall. It was bluster, and she ignored him and thought this through, step by step. She was a decent shot with a bow. Her arm was well enough to shoot as long as she could bear the pain. In the time it took the soldiers to thunder away into the tunnels, she could kill 2, maybe 3 of the monsters, and that was 2 or 3 fewer to tear into the men. It only took 1 raptor to kill a man. Some of these 50 men were going to die before they even reached whatever battle they faced at Greyhaven. This was where panic set in and her mental reckoning fell apart. She wished they wouldn't go. She wished they wouldn't put themselves at the risk to save 1 mountain town. She hadn't understood before what people meant when they'd said the prince and the king were brave. Why did they have to be so brave? She whirled around, looking for the brothers. Nash was on his horse, fired up, impatient to get started, transformed from the drunken no-head of last night into a figure that at least gave the impression of kingliness. Briggan was on his feet, moving among the soldiers, encouraging them, exchanging a word with his mother. Calm, reassuring, even laughing at a joke from one of Archer's guards. And then, across the sea of clamoring armor and saddle leather, he saw her, and the gladness dropped from him. His eyes went cold, his mouth hard, and he looked the way she remembered him. The sight of her killed his joy. Well, he was not the only person with the right to risk his life, and he was not the only person who was brave. It all seemed to make sense in her mind as she turned to Archer, to assure him she didn't want to shoot raptors from the wall after all, and then she swung away to Small's stall to do something that had no logic whatsoever, except, perhaps, hidden very deep. She knew the entire enterprise would only take a few minutes. The raptors would dive as soon as they comprehended their own superior number. The greatest danger was to the men at the back of the line. They would have to slow their pace as the horses entered the bottleneck of the nearest tunnel entrance. The soldiers who made it into the tunnel would be safe. Raptors didn't like dark, cramped spaces, and they did not follow men into caves. She understood from the talk she heard in the stables that Briggan had ordered the king to the front of the column and the best spearmen and swordmen to the back, because in the moment of greatest crisis, the raptors would be too close for bows. Briggan himself would bring up the rear. The horses were filing out and gathering near the gates when she prepared Small, hooking her bow and spear to the leather of his saddle. As she led him into the courtyard, no one paid her much attention, partly because she monitored the minds around her and nudged them aside when they touched her. She led Small to the back of the courtyard as far as she could get from the gates. She tried to express to Small how important this was, and how sorry she was, and how much she loved him. He dribbled against her neck. Then Briggan gave the order. Servants swung the gates in and pulled the portcullis up, and the men burst into daylight. Fire pulled herself into her saddle and spurred Small forward behind them. The gates were closing again when she and Small galloped through and rode alone, away from the soldiers, toward the empty rockiness east of Rowan's holding. The soldiers' focus was northward and up. They didn't see her. Some of the raptors did, and, curious, broke off from the surge, dropping down into the soldiers. Few enough that she shot them from her saddle, clenching her teeth through the pain. The archers on the wall most certainly saw her. She knew it from the shock and panic Archer was sending at her. "I'll be most likely to survive this if you stay on that wall and keep shooting," she thought to him fiercely, hoping it would be enough to keep him from coming out after her. And now she was a good distance from the gates, and the first soldiers had reached the tunnel, and she saw that a skirmish of monsters and men had begun at the back of the line. This was the time. She drew her brave horse up and turned him around. She yanked the scarf from her head. Her hair billowed down over her shoulders like a river of flame. For an instant, nothing happened, and she began to panic because it wasn't working. She dropped her mind's guard against their recognition. Still nothing. She reached out to grab at their attention. Then one raptor high in the sky felt her and then sighted her and screamed a horrible sound, like mental screeching against metal. Fire knew what that sound meant, and so did the other raptors. Like a cloud of gnats, they lifted from the soldiers. They shot into the sky, twirling desperately, searching for monster prey. Finding it, the soldiers were forgotten. Every last raptor monster dove for her. Now she had 2 jobs: to get herself and her horse back to the gates, if she could, and to stop the soldiers from doing something heroic and foolish when they saw what she'd done. She spurred Small forward. She slammed the thought at Brigand as hard as she could. Not manipulation, which she knew would be futile. Only a message. If you don't continue onward to Greyhaven this instant, I will have done this for nothing. She knew he hesitated. She couldn't see him or sense his thoughts, but she could feel that his mind was still there, on his horse, not moving. She supposed she could manipulate his horse, if she had to. Let me do this, she begged him. My life is mine to risk, as yours is yours. His consciousness disappeared into the tunnel, and now it was the speed of Fire and Small versus the swarm it was so close. And now it was the speed of Fire and Small versus the swarm descending upon her from the north and from above. Under her, Small was desperate and wonderful. He had never flown so fast. She bent herself low in her saddle. When the first raptor cut into her shoulder with its claws, she threw her bow backward at them. It was useless now, a stick of wood in her way. The quiver on her back might serve as a kind of armor. She took her spear and struck it behind her. One more thing for the birds to have to work around. She clenched her knife in her hand and stabbed back whenever she felt a claw or a beak jabbing into her shoulder or her scalp. She didn't feel pain anymore, only noise that might be her own head screaming, and brightness. That was her hair and her blood, and wind that was Small's headlong speed, and arrows suddenly flying very close past her head. A claw caught her neck and yanked, pulled her high in her seat. It occurred to her that she was about to die, but then an arrow struck the raptor that dragged her, and more arrows followed it. And she looked ahead and saw the gates, very near, cracked open, an archer in the aperture, shooting faster than she'd known he could shoot. And then he stepped aside and Small slammed through the crack, and behind her, monster bodies slammed against the closing doors. They screamed, scraped, and she left it to Small to figure out where to go and when to stop. And people were around her, and Rowan was searching for her reins, and Small was limping, she could tell. And she looked at his back and his rump and his legs. They were torn apart, sticky with blood. She cried out in distress at the sight of it. She vomited. Someone grabbed her under the arms and pulled her out of her saddle. Archer, rigid and shaking, looking and feeling like he wanted to kill her. Then Archer went bright and turned to black. Chapter 7. She woke to stinging pain and to the sense of a hostile mind moving down the corridor outside her room. A stranger's mind. She tried to sit up and gasped. You should rest, a woman said from a chair along the wall. Rowan's healer. Fire ignored the advice and pushed herself up, gingerly. My horse? Your horse is in about the same shape you're in, the healer said. He'll live. The soldiers, did any of them die? Every man made it into the tunnel alive, she said. A good many monsters died. Fire sat still, waiting for the pounding of her head to slow so that she could get up and investigate the suspicious mind in the hallway. How badly am I wounded? You'll have scars on your back and your shoulders and under your hair for the rest of your life. But we have all the medicines here that they have in King City. You'll heal cleanly, without infection. Can I walk? I don't recommend it, but if you must, you can. I just need to check on something, she said, breathless from the effort of sitting. Okay. You're hello. All right. We love poorly typed stuff, right? Also, I love that portion of her just deciding to, you know what? They're not gonna die. I'm just gonna throw myself to the wind. The mental image of just her sprinting on her horse across a field with just this cloud of bright, colorful raptors streaming behind her. Beautiful. Very good main character. Not perfect by any stretch, but a good person. As much of a person as she is. Will you help me into my robe? And then, noticing the skimpy sheath she wore, did Lord Archer see my wrists? The woman came to Fire with a soft, white robe and helped her to hang it over her burning shoulders. Lord Archer hasn't been in. Fire decided to focus on the agony of putting her arms into her sleeves, rather than trying to calculate how furious Archer must be, if he hadn't even been in. The mind she sensed was near, unguarded, and consumed with some underhanded purpose. All good reasons for it to have drawn Fire's attention, though she wasn't certain what she hoped to achieve by limping down this corridor in pursuit of it. Willing to absorb whatever emotions it leaked accidentally, but unwilling to take hold of it and plummet for true intentions. It was a guilty mind. Furtive. She could not ignore it. I'll just follow, she thought to herself. I'll see where he goes. She was astonished a moment later when a servant girl, observing her progress, stopped and offered an arm. My husband was at the back of that charge, Lady Fire, the girl said. You saved his life. Fire hobbled down the hallway on the arm of the girl, happy to have saved someone's life if it meant that now she had a person to keep her from flopping onto the floor. Every step brought her closer to her strange quarry. Wait, she whispered finally, leaning up against the wall. Whose rooms are behind this wall? The king's, Lady Fire. Fire knew with utter certainty, then, that a man was in the king's compartments who should not be. Haste, fear of discovery, panic. It all came to her. A confrontation was beyond her current strength even to consider. And then down the hall, in his own room, she sensed Archer. She grasped at the servant girl's arm. Run to Queen Rowan and tell her a man is in the king's room who has no place there, she said. Yes, lady, thank you, lady, the girl said, and scampered away. Fire continued down the hallway alone. When she reached Archer's room, she leaned in his doorway. He stood at the window and stared into the covered courtyard, his back to her. She tapped on his mind. His shoulders stiffened. He spun around and stalked toward her, not once looking at her. He brushed past her and stormed on down the hall. The surprise of it made her dizzy. It was for the best. She was not in a state to face him, if he was as angry as that. She went into his room and sat on a chair, just for a moment to still her throbbing head. It took her ages to get to the stables, despite a number of helping hands, and when she saw Small, she couldn't stop herself. She began to cry. Now don't fret, Lady Fire, Rowan's animal healer said. It's all superficial wounds. He'll be right as Rainbow in a week's time. Right as a rainbow, with his entire back half stitched together and bandaged and his head hanging low. He was happy to see her, even though it was her doing. He pressed himself against the stall door, and when she went inside, he pressed himself against her. I reckon he's been worrying about you, the healer said. He's perked up now that you're here. I'm sorry, Fire thought to him, her arms around his neck as best she could. I'm sorry. She guessed that the 50 men would remain in the Little Grays until the third branch arrived and drove the raptor monsters high again. The stables would be quiet until then. And so Fire stayed with Small, leaning against him, collecting his spit in her hair and using her mind to ease his own sense of his stinging pain. She was curled up on a fresh bed of hay in the corner of a small stall when Rowan arrived. "Lady," Rowan said, standing outside the stall door, her eyes soft. "Don't move," she said as Fire tried to sit up. "The healer told me you should rest, and I suppose resting in here is the best we can hope for. Can I bring you anything?" "Food?" Rowan nodded. "Anything else?" "Archer?" Rowan cleared her throat. "I'll send Archer to you once I'm convinced he won't say something insufferable." Fire swallowed. "He's never been this angry with me before." Rowan bent her face and considered her hands on the stall door. Then she came in and crouched before Fire. Just once, she reached out and smoothed Fire's hair. She held a bit of it in her fingers, contemplating it carefully, very still on her knees in the hay, as if she were trying to work out the meaning of something. "Beautiful girl," she said. "You did a good thing today. Whatever Archer thinks. Next time, mention it to someone beforehand so we're better prepared." "Archer never would have let me do it." "No, but I would have." For a moment, their eyes met. Fire understood that Rowan meant what she said. She swallowed. "Any word from Greyhaven?" "No, but the third has been spotted from the lookout, so we may see our 50 men back as soon as this evening." Rowan brushed off her lap and rose to her feet. All business again. "Incidentally, we found no one in the king's rooms, and if you insist on doting on your horse in this manner, I suppose the least we can do is bring you pillows and blankets. Get some sleep in here, will you? Both of you, girl and horse. And I hope you'll tell me someday, Fire, why you did it." With a swirl of skirts and a click of the latch, Rowan was gone. Fire closed her eyes and considered the question. She'd done it because she'd had to. An apology for the life of her father, who'd created the world of lawlessness where towns like Greyhaven fell under the attack of looters. And she'd done it to show Rowan's son that she was on his side, and also to keep him alive. Fire was asleep in her rooms that night when all 50 men clattered back from Greyhaven. The prince and the king wasted no time, departing for the south immediately with the third. When Fire woke the next morning, they were gone. Chapter 8. Cancerel had always let Fire into his mind so she could practice changing his thoughts. He'd encouraged it as part of her training. She went, but every time it was like a waking nightmare. She'd heard tales of fishermen who grappled for their lives with water monsters in the winter sea. Cancerel's mind was like an eel monster, cold, slick, and voracious. Whenever she reached for it, she felt clammy coils wrapping around her and pulling her under. She struggled madly, first simply to take hold of it, then to transform it into something soft and warm. A kitten. A baby. The warming of Cancerel's mind took enormous burning energy. Then calm, to soothe the bottomless appetite, and then she would begin to push at its nature with all her strength, to shape thoughts there that Cancerel would never have on his own. Pity for a trapped animal. Respect for a woman. Contentment. It required all her strength. A mind slippery and cruel resists change. Cancerel never said no. Cancerel never said so, but Fire believed his favorite drug was to have her in his mind, manhandling him into contentment. He was used to thrills, but contentment was a novelty, a state Cancerel seemed never to achieve except by her help. Warmth and softness, two things that rarely touched him. He never, ever refused Fire when she asked permission to enter. He trusted her, for he knew that she used her power for good, and never to harm. He only forgot to take into consideration the broken line separating good from harm. Today, there was no entering Archer's mind. He was shutting Fire out. Not that it particularly mattered, for she never entered Archer's mind to alter it, only to test the waters, and she had no interest in the nature of his waters today. She was not going to apologize, and she was not going to capitulate to the fight he wanted to have. Not that she would have to stretch far to find something to accuse him of. Condescension, imperiousness, obstinacy. They sat at a square table with Rowan and a number of Rowan's spies discussing Fire's trespassing archer, the men the archer had shot and the fellow Fire had sensed in the king's rooms yesterday. There are plenty of spies out there and plenty of archers, Rowan's spy master said, though perhaps few as skilled as your mysterious archer seems to be. Lord Genshin and Lord Mydog have built up whole squadrons of archers, and some of the kingdom's finest archers in the employ of animal smugglers. Yes, Fire remembered that. The smuggler Cutter had bragged of his archers. It was how he caught his merchandise, with darts tipped with sleeping poison. The Pickians also have decent archers, another of Rowan's men said. And I know we like to think of them as clannish and simple, interested in nothing but boat building, deep-sea fishing, and the occasional sack of our border towns. But they follow our politics. They're not stupid, and they're not on the king's side. It's our taxes and our trade regulations that have kept them poor these 30 years. My dog's sister, Murgda, has just married a Pickian, Rowan said, a naval explorer of the eastern seas. And we have reason to believe that lately, Mydog has been recruiting Pickians into his Delian army, and having some success at it. Fire was startled. This was news, and not of the happy variety. How big has Mydog's army grown? It's still not as big as the king's army, Rowan said firmly. Mydog has said to my face that he has 25,000 soldiers at the underside, but our spies to his holding in the northeast put that count at only 20,000 or so. Brigand has 20,000 patrolling in the 4 branches alone, and an additional 5,000 in the auxiliaries. And Genshin? We're not certain. Our best guess is 10,000 or so, all living in caves below the Winged River near his estate. Numbers aside, the spy master said, everyone has archers and spies. Your archer could be working for anyone. If you'll leave the arrow and bolt with us, we may be able to eliminate some possibilities, or at least determine where his gear comes from. But I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't hold on to too much hope. You haven't given us much to go on. The man who was killed in your cages, Rowan said. The one you call the poacher. He gave you no hint of his purpose? Even you, Fire? His mind was blank, Fire said. No evil intent, no honorable intent. He had the feel of a simpleton, someone's tool. And the man in the king's rooms yesterday, Rowan said. Did he have that feel? No. He may certainly have been working for someone else, but his mind was consumed with purpose and with guilt. He thought for himself. Nash said his belongings were disturbed, Rowan said, but nothing was taken. We wonder if the man was looking for a number of letters that I happened to be carrying on my own person in Nash's absence. A good thing, too. A spy. But whose? Fire. You would recognize the man if he crossed your path again? I would. I don't believe he's in the castle now. Perhaps he left under cover of the third. We wasted a day, the spy master said. We could have used you yesterday to find him and question him. And then Fire was reminded that even when Archer wouldn't look her in the face, he was her friend, for he said crisply, Lady Fire was in need of rest yesterday, and anyway, she's not a tool for your use. Rowan tapped her fingernails on the table, not attending, following her own thoughts. Every man is an enemy, she said grimly. My dog, Genshin, the black market, Pikia. They've got people sneaking around trying to learn Brigand's plans for the troop, steal our allies from us, figure out a good place and time to do away with Nash or Brigand or one of the twins, or even me. She shook her head. And in the meantime, we're trying to learn their numbers and their allies' numbers, their plans for attack. We're trying to steal their spies and convert them to our side. No doubt they're doing the same with our spies. The rocks only know whom amongst our people we should trust. One of these days, a messenger will come through my gates to tell me my sons are dead. She spoke unemotionally. She wasn't trying to elicit comfort or contradiction. She was only stating facts. We do need you, Fire, she added. Now don't look all panicked like that, not to change people's thoughts, only to take advantage of the greater sense of people that you have. No doubt Rowan meant her words, but with the kingdom in this unstable state, the lesser expectation would grow to include the greater, sooner rather than later. Fire's head began to throb harder than she thought she could bear. She glanced at Archer, who responded by avoiding her eyes, frowning at the table and changing the subject abruptly. Can you spare me any more soldiers, Lady Queen? I suppose I can't deny you my soldiers when yesterday Fire saved their lives, Rowan said. Rickon has helped by leaving me 10 dozen men from the 3rd. You may take 8 of the soldiers from my original guard, who went to Greyhaven. I would prefer 8 of the 10 dozen from the 3rd, Archer said. They're all in the King's army, Rowan said, all trained by Brigand's people, all equally competent. And the men who went to Greyhaven already have a natural allegiance to your lady, Archer. Allegiance wasn't quite the word for it. The soldiers who'd gone to Greyhaven seemed to regard Fire now with something akin to worship, which was, of course, why Archer didn't want them. A number of them had sought her out today and knelt before her, kissed her hand, and pledged to protect her. Very well, Archer said grumpily, somewhat mollified. Fire suspected because Rowan had referred to Fire as his lady. Fire added immaturity to the things she could accuse him of in the fight they weren't going to have. Let's go over the encounter one more time, the spymaster said. Every one of the encounters in minute detail. Lady Fire, please begin again in the forest. Archer spoke to her finally an entire week later, when the raptors had gone and so had much of her soreness, and their own departure was imminent. They were at the table in Rowan's sitting room, waiting for Rowan to join them for dinner. I cannot bear your silence any longer, Archer said. Fire had to stop herself from laughing at the joke of it. She noted the 2 servants standing beside the door, their faces carefully blank while their minds spun excitedly, probably with gossip to take back to the kitchen. Archer, she said, you're the one's been pretending I don't exist. Archer shrugged. He sat back and regarded her, a challenge in his eyes. Can I ever trust you now, or must I always be prepared for this brand of heroic madness? She had an answer to that, but she couldn't say it aloud. She leaned forward and held his eyes. It was not the first mad thing I've ever done for this kingdom. Perhaps you who know the truth of things should not have been surprised. Rocker won't be when we tell him what I did here. After a moment, his eyes dropped from hers. His fingers realigned the fork on the table. I wish you were not so brave. She had no response to that. She was desperate sometimes, and a little crazy, but she was not brave. Are you determined to leave me in this world to live without my heart? Archer asked. Because that's what you very nearly did. She watched her friend play with the fringe of the tablecloth, his eyes avoiding hers, his voice carefully light, trying to look as if he were speaking of something small, like an appointment she'd forgotten that had inconvenienced him. She reached across the table and held her hand open to him. Make peace with me, Archer. At that moment, Rowan swept through the door and slid into a chair between them. He turned on Archer, eyes narrow and unamused. Archer, is there a servant girl in my fortress that you haven't taken to bed? I announce you're leaving, and within minutes, 2 of them are at each other's throats, and another is crying her eyes out in the scullery. Honestly, you've been here all of 9 days. She glanced at Fire's open hand. I've interrupted something. Archer considered the table for a moment, his fingers caressing the edge of his glass, his mind clearly elsewhere. He sighed in the direction of his plate. Peace, Archer, Fire said again. Archer's eyes settled on Fire's face. All right, he said reluctantly, taking her hand. Peace. His war is unbearable. Rowan snorted. You two have the strangest relationship in the Dells. Archer smiled slightly. She won't consent to make it a marriage. I can't imagine what's stopping her. I don't suppose you've considered being less munificent with your love. Would you marry me, Fire, if I slept in no one's bed but yours? He knew the answer to that, but it didn't hurt to remind him. No, and I should find my bed quite cramped. Archer laughed and kissed her hand, then released it ceremoniously, and Fire picked up her knife and fork, smiling. Shaking her head in disbelief, Rowan turned aside to take a note from an approaching servant. Ah, she said, reading the note and frowning. It's good that you're going. Lord Mydog and Lady Murgda are on their way. On their way? Fire said. You mean they're coming here? Just for a visit. A visit? Surely you don't visit each other. Oh, it's all a farce, of course, Rowan said, waving her hand tiredly. The way of showing that the royal family doesn't intimidate them, and our way of pretending that we're open to that, and our way of pretending that we're open to dialogue. They come, and I have to let them in, because if I refuse, it'll be taken as a hostile gesture, and they'll have an excuse to come back with their army. We sit across from each other, we drink wine, they ask me nosy questions that I don't answer about Nash and Briggan and the royal twins. They'll tell me secrets their own spies have supposedly learned about Genshin, information that either I already know or they've fabricated. They pretend that the king's real enemy is Genshin and that Nash should ally with Mydog against Genshin. I pretend it's a good idea and suggest that Mydog passes army over to Briggan's use as a show of faith. Mydog refuses. We agree we've reached an impasse. Mydog and Murgda take their leave, poking their noses into as many rooms as they can on the way out. Archer's eyebrows were looking skeptical. Isn't this sort of thing a bit more risky than it's worth for everyone? They're coming at a good time. Briggan just left me all those soldiers, and when they're here, we're all so heavily guarded every minute that I don't suppose either side would ever try anything for fear of all of us getting killed. I'm as safe as I ever am, but, she added, studying both of them gravely, I want you to depart tomorrow at first light. I won't have you meeting them. There's no reason to get you and Brocker tangled up in Mydog's nonsense, Archer, and I don't want them to see Fire. It was almost achieved. In fact, Fire, Archer, and their guards had traveled some distance from Rowan's fortress and were just about to turn off onto a different path when the party from the north approached. 20 rather fearsome soldiers, chosen because they had the aspects of pirates, with broken teeth and scars. Big and palish, some of them. Pickian? And a tough-looking man and woman who had the aura of a winter wind. Easily brother and sister, both squat and thin-lipped and icy in their expressions, until their eyes combed Fire's party and settled with genuine and uncalculated amazement on Fire herself. The siblings glanced at each other. Some silent understanding passed between them. Come, Archer muttered, motioning to his guards and Fire to move on. The parties clattered past each other without even a greeting. Oddly rattled, Fire touched Small's mane, stroking his rough hair. The Lord and Lady had been only names before, a dot on the Delian map and a certain unknown quantity of soldiers. Now they were real and solid and cold. She had not liked the glance they shared at the sight of her, nor did she care for the feeling of their hard eyes on her back as Small carried her away. Chapter 9. It happened again. Only days after Fire and Archer returned home, another man was found trespassing in Archer's forest, a stranger. When the soldiers brought him in, Fire sensed the same mental fog she sensed with the poacher. And then, before Fire could even begin to consider whether and how to use her power to wrangle information from him, an arrow came through the open window straight into the middle of Archer's guard room and struck the trespasser between the shoulder blades. Archer threw himself on top of Fire, dragging her down. The trespasser toppled and fell beside her, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. His empty mind fizzled into no mind at all, and from her crushed position on the floor, soldiers' feet yanking at her hair and an archer yelling orders above her, she reached for the archer who'd made the shot. He was faint, a good distance away, but she found him. She tried to grasp hold of him, but a boot trod on her finger and the explosion of pain distracted her. When she reached for him again, he was gone. He's run west into Trilling's woods, she thought to Archer, because she had no breath to speak, and his mind was as blank as the others. Her finger was not broken, only beastly sore when she moved it. It was the second finger on her left hand, so she put off playing harp and flute for a day or two, but she refused to spare herself when it came to her fiddle. She'd been without the instrument for too long. She simply tried not to think of the pain, because every stab of pain was accompanied now by a stab of vexation. Fire was tired of being injured. She sat in her bedroom one day playing a cheerful tune, a song for dancing, but something in her mood slowed the tempo and discovered sad parts in it. Eventually, she found herself switching to a different song altogether, one that was manifestly sorrowful, and her fiddle cried out its feelings. Fire stopped and lowered the instrument to her lap. She stared at it, then hugged it against her chest like a baby, wondering what was wrong with her. She had an image in her head of Cantrell in the moment he had given her this fiddle. "I'm told this has a nice sound, darling," he said, holding it out to her almost carelessly as if it were an inconsequential bit of rubbish that had not cost him a small fortune. She'd taken it, appreciative of its handsomeness, but knowing that its real value would depend on its tone and feeling, neither of which Cantrell could be any judge of. She'd drawn her bow across its strings as an experiment. The fiddle had responded instantly, wanting her touch, speaking to her in a gentle voice that she'd understood and recognized. A new friend in her life. She'd been unable to hide her pleasure from Cantrell. His own gladness had swelled. "You're astonishing, Fire," he'd said. "You're a constant source of wonder to me. I'm never more happy than when I've made you happy. Isn't it peculiar?" he said, laughing. "Do you really like it, darling?" In her chair in her room, Fire forced herself to look around at the windows and walls and take stock of the present. The light was fading. Archer would be coming back soon from the fields where he was helping with the plowing. He might have some news about the ongoing search for the Archer, or Brocker might have a letter from Rowan with updates about My Dog and Mergda, or Genshin, or Briggan, or Nash. She found her longbow and quiver and, shaking off the memories like loose hairs, she left her house in search of Archer and Brocker. There was no news. There were no letters. One monthly bleeding passed for Fire and all its attendant aches and embarrassments. Everyone in her house, in Archer's house, and in the town knew what it signified whenever she stepped outside with an entourage of guards. Eventually, another passed like the first. Summer was near. The farmers were willing potatoes and carrots to take hold in the rocky ground. Her lessons progressed much as usual. "Stop, I implore you," she said one day at Trilling's, interrupted an ear-splitting clamor of flutes and horns. "Let's begin at the top of the page, shall we? And Trotter," she begged the eldest boy, "try not to blow so hard. I guarantee you that shrieking noise is from blowing too hard. All right? Ready?" The enthusiastic massacre began once more. She did love the children. The children were one of her small joys, even when they were fiends to each other, even when they imagined they were hiding things from her, like their own idleness or, in some cases, their talent. Children were smart and malleable. Time and patience made them strong and stopped them fearing her or adoring her too much, and their frustrations were familiar to her and dear. But, she thought, at the end of the day, I must give them back. They're not my children. Someone else feeds them and tells them stories. I'll never have children. I'm stuck in this town where nothing ever happens and nothing ever will happen, and there's never any news. I'm so restless I could take Renner's horrible flute and break it over his head. She touched her own head, took a breath, and made very sure that Trilling's second son knew nothing of her feeling. I must find my even temper, she thought. What is it I'm hoping for, anyway? Another murder in the woods? A visit from My Dog and Mergda and their pirates? An ambush of wolf monsters? I must stop wishing for things to happen. Because something will happen eventually, and when it does, I'll be bound to wish it hadn't. The next day, she was walking the path from her house to Archer's, quiver on back and bow in hand, when one of the guards called down to her from Archer's back terrace. Fancy a reel, Lady Fire. It was Krell, the guard she'd tricked the night she'd been unable to climb up to her bedroom window. A man who knew how a flute should be played, and here he was, offering to save her from her own desperate fidgets. Goodness, yes, she said. Just let me get my fiddle. What? Why are you crying? you all fussy, huh? Desperate for attention. Yeah. Yeah. I know you think it's bedtime. It's okay. I know you want forehead scratches, and I tried to give you butt pats. I'm so offended, I know. A reel with Krell was always a game. They took turns, each inventing a passage that was a challenge to the other to pick up and join, always keeping in time but increasing tempo gradually, so that eventually it took all their concentration and skill to keep up with each other. They were worthy of an audience, and today Brocker and a number of guards wandered out to the back terrace for the show. Fire was in the mood for technical gymnastics, which was fortunate because Krell played as if he were determined to make her break a string. Her fingers flew. Her fiddle was an entire orchestra, and every note, beautifully brought into being, struck a chord of satisfaction within her. She wondered at the unfamiliar lightness in her chest and realized she was laughing. So great was her focus, it took her a while to register the strange expression that crept to Brocker's face as he listened, finger-tapping the armrest of his chair. His eyes were fixed behind Fire and to the right, in the direction of Archer's back doorway. Fire comprehended that someone must be standing in Archer's entrance. Someone Brocker watched with startled eyes. And then everything happened at once. Fire recognized the mind in the doorway. Fire spun around, fiddle and bow screeching apart. She stared at Prince Brigand leaning against the doorframe. Behind her, Krell's quick piping stopped. The soldiers on the terrace cleared throats and turned, falling to attention as they recognized their commander. Brigand's eyes were expressionless. He shifted and stood up straight, and she knew that he was going to speak. Fire turned and ran down the terrace steps to the path. Once out of sight, Fire slowed and stopped. She leaned over a boulder, gasping for air, her fiddle clunking against the stone with a sharp, dissonant cry of protest. The guard, Tovat, the one with the orangish hair and the strong mind, came running up behind her. He stopped beside her. "Forgive my intrusion, lady," he said. "You left unarmed. Are you ill?" She laid her forehead against the boulder, ashamed because he was right. In addition to fleeing like a chicken from a woman's skirts, she'd left unarmed. "Why is he here?" she asked Tovat, still pressing fiddle and bow and forehead into the boulder. "What does he want?" "I left too soon to know," Tovat said. "Shall we go back? Do you need a hand, lady? You need a healer?" She doubted Brigand was the type to make social calls, and he rarely traveled alone. Fire closed her eyes and reached her mind over the hills. She couldn't sense his army, but she found 20 or so men in a group nearby, outside her front door, not Archer's. Fire sighed into the rock. She stood, checked her headscarf, and tucked fiddle and bow under her arm. She turned toward her own house. Come, Tovat. We'll learn soon enough, for he's come for me." The soldiers outside her door were not like Roman's men or archers who admired her and had reason to trust her. These were ordinary soldiers, and as she and Tovat came into their sight, she sensed an assortment of the usual reactions: desire, astonishment, mistrust, and also guardedness. These men were mentally guarded, more than she would have expected from a random assemblage. Brigand must have selected them for their guardedness, or warned them to remember it. She corrected herself. They were not all men. 3 among them had long hair tied back and the faces and the feeling of women. She sharpened her mind. 5 more again were men whose appraisal of her lacked a particular focus. She wondered hopefully if they might be men who did not desire women. She stopped before them. Every one of them stared. "Well met, soldiers," she said. "Will you come inside and sit?" One of the women, tall, with hazel eyes and a powerful voice, spoke. "Our orders are to wait outside until our commander returns from Lord Archer's house, lady." "Very well," Fire said, somewhat relieved that their orders weren't to seize her and throw her into a burlap bag. She passed through the soldiers to her door. Tovat behind her. She stopped at a thought and turned again to the woman soldier. Are you in charge, then? Yes, lady, in the commander's absence. Fire touched again on the minds of the group, looking for some reaction to Brigand's election of a female officer. Resentment, jealousy, indignation. She found none. These were not ordinary soldiers after all. You couldn't be sure of his motive, but something had gone into Brigand's choosing. She stepped inside with Tovat and closed the door on them. Archer had been in town during the concert on the terrace, but he must have come home shortly thereafter. It was not long before Brigand returned to her door, and this time Rocker and Archer accompanied him. Donald showed the three men into her sitting room. In an attempt to cover her embarrassment and also to reassure them that she wasn't going to make another dash for the hills, Fire spoke quickly. Lord Prince, if your soldiers wish to sit or take something to drink, they're welcome in my house. Thank you, lady, he said evenly, but I don't expect to stay long. Archer was agitated about something, and Fire didn't need any mental powers to perceive it. She motioned for Brigand and Archer to sit, but both remained standing. Lady, Brigand said, I come on the king's behalf. He didn't quite look her in the face as he spoke, his eyes touching on the air around her, but avoiding her person. She decided to take it as an invitation to study him with her own eyes, for his mind was so strongly guarded against her that she could glean nothing that way. He was armed with bow and sword, but unarmored, dressed in dark riding clothes, clean-shaven, shorter than Archer, but taller than she remembered. He held himself aloof, dark hair and unfriendly eyebrows and stern face. And aside from his refusal to look at her, she could sense nothing of his feelings about this interview. She noticed a small scar cutting into his right eyebrow, thin and curved. It matched the scars on her own neck and shoulders. A raptor monster had nearly taken his eye. Another scar on his chin, this one straight, from a knife or a sword. She supposed the commander of the king's army was likely to have as many scars as a human monster. 3 weeks ago in the king's palace, Brigand was saying, a stranger was found in the king's rooms and captured. The king asked you to come to the king's city to meet the prisoners, lady, and tell whether he's the same man who was in the king's rooms at the fortress of my mother. King's city, her birthplace, the place where her own mother had lived and died. The gorgeous city above the sea that would be lost or saved in the war that was coming. She'd never seen King's City except in her imagination. Certainly, no one had ever suggested before that she go there and see it for real. She forced her mind to consider the question seriously, even though her heart had already decided. She would have many enemies in King's City, and too many men who liked her too much. She would be stared at and assaulted, and she would not ever have the option of resting her mental guard. The king of the kingdom would desire her, and he and his advisors would wish her to use her power against the prisoners, enemies, every one of the million people they did not trust. And she would have to travel with this rough man who didn't like her. Does the king request this? Fire asked, or is it an order? Brigand considered the floor coolly. It was stated as an order, lady, but I won't force you to go. And so the brother, apparently, was permitted to disobey the king's orders. Or perhaps it was a measure of how little Brigand wanted to deliver her to his weak-headed brother, that he was willing to refuse the command. If the king expects me to use my power to interrogate his prisoners, he'll be disappointed, Fire said. Brigand flexed and clenched his sword hand once, a flicker of something, impatience or anger. He looked into her eyes for the briefest of moments and looked away. I don't imagine the king will compel you to do anything you don't want to do. By which Fire understood that the prince considered it within her power and her intention to control the king. Her face burned, but she lifted her chin a notch and said, I'll go. Archer spluttered. Before he could speak, she swung to him and looked up into his eyes. Don't quarrel with me in front of the king's brother, she thought to him, and don't ruin this 2 months' peace. He glared back at her. I'm not the one who ruins it, he said, his voice low. Rocker was accustomed to this, but how they must look to Brigand, staring at each other, having one side of an argument? I won't do this now. You may embarrass yourself, but you will not embarrass me. Archer drew in a breath that sounded like a hiss, turning on his heel and stormed out of the room. He slammed the door, leaving an uncomfortable silence in his wake. Fire touched a hand to her headscarf and turned back to Briggan. "Please, forgive our rudeness," she said. Not a flicker in those gray eyes. "Of course." "How will you ensure her safety on the journey, Commander?" Brocker asked quietly. Briggan turned to him, then sat in a chair, resting his elbows on his knees, and his whole manner seemed to change. With Brocker, he was suddenly easy and comfortable and respectful, a young military commander addressing a man who could be his mentor. "Sir, we'll ride to King City in the company of the entire First Branch. They're stationed just west of here." Brocker smiled. "You misunderstand me, son. How will you ensure she'll be safe from the First Branch? In a force of 5,000, there'll be some with the mind to hurt her." Briggan nodded. "I've handpicked a guard of 20 soldiers who can be trusted to care for her." Fire crossed her arms and bit down hard. "I don't need to be cared for. I can defend myself." "I don't doubt it, lady," Briggan said mildly, looking into his hands. "But if you're to ride with us, you'll have a guard nonetheless. I can't transport a civilian female in a party of 5,000 men on a journey of nearly 3 weeks and not provide a guard. I trust you see the sense in it." He was talking around the fact that she was the monster who provoked all the worst kinds of behavior. And now that her temper was done flaring, she did see the sense in it. Truly, she'd never pitted herself against 5,000 men before. She sat down. "Very well." Brocker chuckled. "If only Archer were here to see the powers of rational argument." Fire snorted. Archer wouldn't consider her allowance of the guard to be evidence of the powers of rational argument. He'd take it as proof that she was in love with whichever of her guards was the most handsome. She stood up again. "I'll ready myself," she said, "and ask Donald to ready Small." Briggan stood with her, his face closed again, impassive. "Very good, lady." "Will you wait here with me, Commander?" Brocker said. "I have a thing or two to tell you." Fire scrutinized Brocker. "Oh, what do you need to tell him?" Brocker had too much class for a one-sided argument. He also possessed a mind so clear and strong that he could open a feeling to her with perfect precision, so that it came to her practically as a sentence. "I want to give him military advice," Brocker thought to her. Mildly reassured, Fire left them. When she got to her bedroom, Archer was sitting in a chair against the wall, taking a liberty with his presence, for it wasn't his room to enter without invitation. But she forgave him. Archer couldn't abandon the responsibilities of his house and farm so suddenly in order to travel with her. He would stay behind, and they would be a long time apart, almost 6 weeks to get there and back, and longer if she stayed any time in King City. When Brocker had asked her in her 14th year just how much power she had over Cantrell's mind when she was inside it, Archer had been the one to defend her. "Where's your heart, father? The man is her father. Don't make her relationship with him more difficult than it already is." "I'm only asking questions," Brocker said. "Does she have the power to shift his attitudes? Could she change his ambitions permanently?" Anyone can see these are not idle questions. "They're necessary questions," Brocker had said, though I wish they were not. "I don't care. Leave her be," Archer had said, so passionately that Brocker had let her be, at least for the moment. Fire supposed she would miss Archer defending her on this trip, not because she wanted his defense, but simply because it was what Archer did when he was near. She unearthed her saddlebags from a pile at the bottom of her closet and began to fold underclothing and riding gear into them. There was no point in bothering with dresses. No one ever noticed what she wore. And after 3 weeks in her bags, they would be unwearable anyway. "You'll desert your students?" Archer said finally, leaning over his knees, watching her pack. "Just like that?" She turned her back to him on the pretense of searching for her fiddle and smiled. He'd never been quite so concerned for her students before. "You didn't take long to decide," he added. She spoke simply. To her, it was obvious. I've never seen King City. It's not so wonderful as all that. It was a thing she'd like to determine for herself. She dug through the piles on her bed and said nothing. It'll be more dangerous than any place you've ever been, he said. Your father took you away from that place because you weren't safe there. She set her fiddle case beside her saddlebags. Shall I choose to live a life of bleakness then, Archer, just to stay alive? I won't hide in a room with the doors and windows shut. That is not a life. He ran his finger against the ridge of a feather in the quiver beside him. He glowered at the door, chin on fist. You'll fall in love with the king. She sat on the edge of the bed, facing him, and grinned. I couldn't fall in love with the king. He's weak-minded and he drinks too much wine. He caught her eye. And I'm jealous-minded and I sleep with too many women. Fire's smile grew. Luckily for you, I loved you long before either of those things. But you don't love me as much as I love you, he said. Which is what's made me this way. This was harsh, coming from a friend she would lose her life for, and harsh that he would say such a thing right when she was about to leave for so long. She stood and turned her back to him. Love doesn't measure that way, she thought to him, and you may blame me for your feelings, but it isn't fair to blame me for how you've chosen to behave. I'm sorry, he said. You're right. Forgive me, Fire. And she forgave him again, easily, because she knew that his anger usually fizzled as quickly as it came, and behind it, his heart was full to bursting. But she stopped at forgiveness. She could guess what Archer wanted, here in her bedroom before she departed, and she wasn't going to give it to him. It had been easy once, taking Archer into her bed. Not so long ago, it had been simple. And then somehow the balance had tipped between them. The marriage proposals, the love sickness, more and more, the simplest thing was to say no. She would answer him gently. She turned to him and held out her hand. He stood and came to her. I must change into riding clothes and pull a few more things together. We'll say our goodbyes now. You must go down and tell the prince I'm coming. He stared at his shoes and then into her face, understanding her. He tugged at her headscarf until it slid away and her hair fell around her shoulders. He collected her hair into one hand, bent his face to it, kissed it. He pulled Fire to him and kissed her neck and her mouth, so that her body was left wishing that her mind were not so stingy. Then he broke away and turned to the door, his face the picture of unhappiness. And that is where we are going to call it for today, because my body hurts and I would like to lay down. I will continue tomorrow. We're going to get through some more. And tomorrow I think we'll do a longer session of reading. Probably around the 10:30 mark is when I will want to start, instead of it being my 1 hour warning. Thank you, Hero. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We are now just shy of the 1/3 mark of the book. So I figure tomorrow we'll hit about half. So exciting stuff, and we'll get started on her trip to King City tomorrow. But for now, that is going to be it for me today, everybody. I really appreciate everyone sticking around, hanging out, and being here in general. We'll be back again tomorrow. I think I'm going to play some Dredge for a little while. Maybe do a little bit of DBD just to keep up the playing every day. We'll see how I'm feeling. But I love you all so very, very much. And if you guys like it, I can continue doing the Wordle stuff. It feels good to just have something to process and think through instead of just sitting mindlessly humming to myself and to you in between games. We'll see how that goes. I may keep it up, I may not. Depends on how I feel and how much fun we're having with it. Wordle stuff was fun? Good. I enjoyed it. It keeps my mind on words, which I appreciate. It helps me keep myself straight because it's something I've been struggling with memory things, and it's nice to practice to just keep the rolling list of things in my head straight. But I'll see you all again tomorrow. And hopefully Monday I will have good things for you. So keep an eye out for that. I am pretty excited. If I could get all the things I want done tomorrow done. Have a great night, everybody. I love you all. Oh, bye.